Alrighty. Hello, hello. Let's see. I'm gonna pull up the agenda for the day. Yeah, okay. There's one problem that I really want to fix today that I was actually working on last night. And it actually stems from the spellcasting animation. No Flyers hat. Just because you kept bringing it up. Or something else. So we have a problem. That was a sick hat. I don't know about that one, Chief. So the one thing I really want to do is when you're running and casting, I want the Niagara system here that we're spawning in to actually follow the velocity of the player so it's visible when you actually cast. Currently what it's doing is when the player finishes the animation, the actual system is detaching from the player's hand, which is causing it to kind of pause. So there was a couple ways I was thinking about doing this, and none of them have really worked out great so far. Let's see here. So this is the animation. What I tried doing was this first particle that actually spawns in here, what I tried doing was attaching all of the other particles to this one, and then I would scale the velocity of this component. So it would increase the speed of this to the velocity of the player, you know, upon release. But I wasn't able to find like a really effective way to do that. The one problem is with a Niagara system, you have this like initial velocity, which is called add velocity, and then you have a scaled velocity, which basically just takes the starting parameters here and it will just multiply them by whatever value that you put into this. So at that point it just becomes like a lot of math if I individually try to calculate the velocity of every single particle during every single stage of this. A much easier way to do it, and it sucks that I can't find, or they don't have this type of update, but there's no like, there's nothing that can just like add like a flat amount of velocity to a particle. If there was like an overall like system update or something like that that allowed us to just move this in space at a steady velocity, that would be pretty cool. But nothing I could find. I was also looking at these like scratch modules too to see like what their limitations are. But the thing I'm more comfortable doing in this kind of situation is just taking this Niagara system, passing it to our player, and then having the player actually move the effect with their tick. So I think that might be the move here, because we can get access to the owner of this spawn effect, which is the player, and we can just pass it through. So yeah, we'll try that out. I don't know how expensive it's going to be to do that though. Let's give it a shot. But there's also another thing that we have to think about is what if we get like multiple different Niagara systems spawning at once on a single player. There's like a 0.5 second global cooldown that I give all casts, so you can't cast something like right after the other thing until that GCD is actually done. So that makes it just a little bit more difficult to do this, because the way that I would handle that is by adding it to an array, and then I would basically just check to see if this component is still alive, and if so, it'll move it. Man, this actually gets really complex, because there's so many layers that you got to think about once you start doing something like that. Just came home from the exam, didn't study a thing, but the exam was easy as hell. I passed. Now, next is object-oriented programming in C++. Have fun. I love object-oriented programming. It's definitely my favorite kind. I mean, ECS is definitely like more efficient, but I don't know. Personal preference, probably. Not sure if I understand the problem correctly, but what about a boolean? If running true, pick different animation montage. That actually might be a good point. I wonder... My favorite too, gonna code the whole night. Hey, there you go, man. So you might be onto something here. I don't think... The one thing is, I don't know if anim notifies allow for that kind of diversity off of a single one. I would have to make like custom ones for it. Does anim notify state have a tick? It does. Okay. Maybe we can use the tick within this to push the animation or push it forward. Branching point. Okay, so there is a little bit of stuff here that we can use. But then again, another problem is, like, technically we should just use the Niagara system's like built-in tick or like delta time that it provides to move the component. I just wish that there was an easy way to do like an additive velocity to an entire system without having to use like the outside tick functions, if that makes sense. Like if I could just take the local position of this and just shift the whole thing entirely instead of doing it like piece by piece inside of this, that would be the best way to do so. Because I have the character's velocity, like I actually have the parameters that we need for this. It's just scale velocity seems to be the only thing that is allowing us to move this. Does the scratch module have something for tick? I actually have rarely ever used the scratch module, so I don't know what this offers. Does it like... Am I able to like calculate like position or like set position or something? Like, what the hell is this? Match velocity via force. What is this doing? It's grabbing the particle's velocity, the velocity to match, adding them together, direction and length safe. Okay. So it looks like we may be able to convert this to we might be able to use this to do it. Man, is this something that I just want to do off stream instead? Because this is going to be like a lot of testing. I do have like a lot of other stuff on my to-do list that I could finish up on stream, rather than toy around with this. Because like technically this isn't like a massive problem. It's something that's like kind of annoying, like visually, because like if you run and fire, like this thing just kind of stays behind you. Yeah, it's a lot of testing. Probably is better to do that off stream, eh? Yesterday we finished up the hit marker stuff. We fixed basically all the collision bugs that we were running into as well. We added in round and garbage collection for all abilities and spells. We have a bug with casting where if you press T during the wheel being open for selecting abilities, it actually causes the wheel not to close. But I mean, that would be a pretty simple fix. So, you know what, fuck it. Just do it real quick. Reset cast. I believe this is the function right there. I have an idea. Can you do an earthquake ability where your character jumps high and hits arms on the land, causing an earthquake or something appealing? See, I was thinking about that too. I have an animation for like a stomping or like a stomp ability that I was going to use with like camera shake and everything. The one problem with causing like any type of like terraforming on the ground is like technically you can't like edit landscapes on the fly when you're doing something like that. So if I were to create like an ability like that, it would actually have to more or less shoot like spikes up from the ground instead of having spikes like or like holes form in the landscape itself. There's probably a way to do the thing where you actually cause like terraforming with a runtime virtual like height map, but that might be a lot of performance cost to that. But yeah, I could make something like that. That one bug should be completely fixed though. Yeah, that's all it was. Nothing crazy. I'm just like checking off a bunch of stuff. That we had on the priority list. We found most of the bugs. Hit markers done. Self-cast animations not complete. This is actually not what we ended up using. Create visual indicators for buff abilities. That still needs to be done. We just finished that. Finished that. This one needs to be done here. But I mean, like, I have a lot of stuff on the to-do list to add into the game. Slowly but surely adding in all these features one by one. But the way my brain works is I add one and then I think of like 3 more. Another convenient idea, your character raises both his hands to make two rough rocks emerge from the ground and clap those raised hands to crush the enemy. Yeah, so you're thinking of like a bunch of like earthbending abilities, and we are going to be adding those in. I have like a couple of them in the works of basically just like a kind of like a tombing ability where you like surround yourself with like rock to basically just like like eat a couple like projectiles, kind of like a shield almost. I have other ones where you actually like pick rocks out of the ground and like fracture them and launch them, kind of like a shrapnel almost. The one thing about this game is projectiles can collide with each other midair, causing them to you know, go off early. So that kind of effect where you can shoot like shrapnel to counter like a player's like ability is something that I'm looking to add into the game as well. A lot of classes will have something similar to that. They'll just be in like different styles. Like the Pyromancer has something called Firewall, which you essentially shoot out like a very slow moving wall of fire that kind of just eats incoming projectiles. So a lot of cool stuff. Just trying to make it all happen. Any animation stuff, probably not going to get touched today. More so just want to focus on refining any type of like combat or UI. One of the things that I probably want to do is add a text feature onto our current UI that shows like what current spell we have selected from our wheel. So when we're doing it now, it doesn't really show. We kind of just have to like assume that fireball was like the last thing that we hovered over, right? Whereas if we had like a little text indicator like right under the center arrow, it would just look a lot better. Not only that, the way you assign auto attacks in this game is when you tap like the Q, E, or R key, you assign that class tree's auto attack to your left click. So for Pyromancer, you're shooting out kind of like a scorch ability like this. For the Tempest tree, I think it's like a lightning bolt, which we actually haven't converted to the new combat system. So that's also something else we got to do. But I think adding in that that widget would actually not be too difficult. I believe we're grabbing all the spell data. So let's just go for the easy wins, and then we'll get to the harder stuff later in the day. Just knock out all the small things for the upcoming playtest here. This is actually what the old UI wheel used to look like. It looks fucking horrendous compared to the new one, which looks definitely a lot cleaner, in my opinion. How do we have this set up in terms of layering? Looks like we're just using a canvas panel in the middle here. So we should be able to use a rich text block and anchor this guy to the bottom middle. That should be all right. Yeah, let's just make sure that the alignment is correct. None of that actually matters. The transform policy, rather, because this type of text actually is just permanently capitalized. Alright, let's turn this into variable here. We'll call this selected spell text, I guess. We go into our code, we can actually add this in to our widgets. Hello, hello. Old one's goofy as hell, I know. It is it's a sore sight, but it held up for a bit. We're actually using a rich text block here. Colors are backgrounds to the abilities. Are you saying in the selection, like the wheel selection widget, or some other type of widget that we're making? Excuse me. So I might change the color of the ability text depending on the class that they select in the wheel selection. Yeah, so the plan is to actually have a larger background to it. So see how it's like kind of like short? I was actually going to add like a very small like extension of like a different color onto the edges that would show like the image, or like the top part of the image of the actual spell, to give like a better visual indication along with the name itself. Which that won't be too bad to actually add on. Oh my gosh. Exactly. You want to give the player as many visual cues as possible. This would be ftext from string. Oh wait, actually, can we do from name? Okay. How does it actually convert it? Assuming it's like the same way. Yeah, it's the same. It's basically the same thing that we were doing. We only care to do this if this is valid, which it should be permanently, but you never know. And we want something to actually clear it as well, because once this wheel is closed, it should not have that displayed anymore. all we do is just throw in an empty f text in there. So the way we have auto attack set up is you just got to tap Q, E, or R to select it, right? Do I show when they first open it up that the auto attack is the ability that they have chosen unless they like try to target something around the wheel itself? And the only reason I ask if that should be a thing is because if they just quickly like tap the key, like, I mean, this is just like one less thing that we have to display on the wheel, which I guess in hindsight won't make that much of a difference. Oh, you know what I just realized? So we have this delegate here. We could actually just latch on to this delegate and make it a 2-param, and we can send up the name of this spell. With the delegate. I actually just realized that I put this in the, the wrong fucking class file. Whoops. No harm, no foul. We'll just move these up. If no other ability is selected, default to auto attack. Yeah. Once the radial menu is closed, is there a way to see what ability is selected? Yeah, so it's actually going to be on the player's bar, like right above like their health. I already have a couple spots selected for that, of where it's going to be put. And it's also going to be lit up with the current class tree's color as well. So like in your peripheral view, you'll be able to see like, okay, I currently have like a pyromancer spell selected on my bar. I don't know exactly which one it is, but I know it's within that tree. So just very small things. I could add like the icon of the spell as well, like right next to it, which is another thought. Oh, but can you see what other players have selected? Yeah, so that's actually what I'm working on too, is I have something that shows the color of the class tree that the other players have selected when they have it stored in like their spell slot to cast. And what I was going to do was kind of have a either like a rune or like some symbol that shows like what ability on their wheel they currently have like into their spell slot. Right now, it only shows color, but I'm working on unique identifiers for each ability. But I know exactly what you're saying, because the best way to develop a healthy ecosystem around like competitive play is allowing players' knowledge to help dominate gameplay. So as long as players know what's going on, it's a more healthy ecosystem for everybody. Except if you're like a newer player, which, you know, gotta learn. I just want to add in as many quality of life features as possible. What do we want to pass back? Probably just f text. And it would be a select spell name. This is not a 1 param anymore, it is a 2 param. Got a little bit of an upgrade. Going to throw a hissy fit, but that's okay. Why though? Oh, 2 params. Whenever I switch it over to 2 params, or yeah, 2 params, I always forget to put the fucking S there. At first I always think it's just Visual Studio being Visual Studio, but then I realize, wait a minute, this is actually a problem. Let's spell selection. Is this bound? It is. And it's bound from the delegates that we have created on our wheel widgets here. Actually, this is where we need to send back the f text, not the other one. There's an add-on for Unreal Engine C++ that helps with the autocomplete IntelliSense. Whole Tomato Software, something like that. Really? If there's something that helps further with this, then by all means, like, definitely send me a link on Discord if you have information for that. I'll put it in the Unreal Engine resources section so other people can use it as well. Here we go. Spell name not learned. Alright, so here's something to think about now, right? We don't want to send back an f text saying not learned when they hover an ability that is not learned. So there's two ways to do this. One, we do not add this delegate unless the ability is learned, or we just look for if this F name is not learned. Visual Assist, Unreal VS, probably one of those. Probably. If they're made by the whole Tomato Software, then yeah, probably is one of those. I use the the Unreal header tool, which likes to update and absolutely destroy my projects by enabling experimental features that add like double spacing and shit to my project. Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, if you ever find the links, definitely send them over on Discord to me, and I'll post them up. And I'll probably download them too, try them out. I tried using the Rider one for a while, but it was like super slow on Visual Studio. But, you know, extensions kind of do that sometimes. Okay, wheel selection. I mean, regardless, we're sending up the spell name. What I could do is probably just store it in f text. I really have to decide though, do I want to... I think I'll just have the... I'm gonna put these into their own function actually. Initialize spell selection cover. And what I'll do is, when we're actually creating this, I will, I'll call this if the spell is learned or not. So, we're going to do just a little bit of refactoring on this, just to make it a little bit better and more reliable to, have this text come up the way we want it. Yeah, so we do this here. We can set the spell name, and then we call spell selection list hi delegates that, because we're already checking here to see if it's learned or not. So when we set the spell name, we might not be able, or we might not even bother with this. By default, we could probably just have all the spell names be not learned. Actually though, thinking ahead, I don't think I'm ever going to add in like experience loss for like dying. But if I did, and a level got like revoked from a player, then kind of like hard coding this into just doing one thing like that when the wheel is being created could cause slight problems. So it's not hurting anything to keep it like that for now, but if I decide later on that I want to change it, then I'll go right ahead and do it. But this would be a healthy change to do. This should be totally fine. I don't really see the delegates being called outside like that problem at all. Okay, so what are we sending up here? We're going to be sending up the spell name. We know for a fact that the spell name text actually taken. It is not. It actually kind of should be. I'm surprised that I didn't make, what is this, a text block? Surprised I didn't put text after this. It was going to bother me if I didn't. Okay. So we're just going to grab the text real quick and send it on up. Then we shift F12, go to see where this is called, which it should just be the function right here. that we just have to modify to take in a const f text reference in selected cell name. And then what we do here call that. Oh, this is taking in an f name. We can actually change this to take an f text instead, since we're going to be grabbing it from a already existing spot. And if that's the case, we'll just pass it in directly like that. Here we are going to pass in the same thing because we are going to update outside of the invoke wheel widget. We're actually going to have the selected spell text like right above the player's HUD at the bottom. So if we shift F12 onto this, we can see where this is being called, and see what's happening here. Update invoking Niagara system. Okay. I might make a separate function that kind of is like a handler function that will take each part of this delegate and divide it into the correct functions that it's supposed to call. So we'll probably create one called like handle selected spell. We'll make it right next to this here. And this takes in a const uint 8 in spell selection and a const f text, which honestly, now we'll just do it. Trying to keep the parameters pretty similar. All right, and then here we would want to pass this to our HUD, so this can get updated there, which in that case we need our player controller. It's actually been a while since I set the... Come on, F12. Gonna make me manually do it. There is a function in here for that HUD update. That's for announcements, scoreboards, alerts, ability widget overlay, cooldowns, and then a bunch of ping warning shit that I just commented out because when you do ping like emulation, it gets really annoying having that warning pop up every single time. We need to create something to get into our HUD to set this. I thought I had something already, but it does not appear like I do. And it may have gotten purged with a lot of other hundreds of lines of code when I was cleaning this up. Should be in our ability widget overlay. Yeah. So, the great purge of code. I believe around day 90 actually, we completely gutted the way abilities worked. So the way spells work before is, if you've ever played Dota 2, or I guess like the new character on League like Hui, there's a character called Invoker on Dota 2 where you have to press in like a 3-button combination to like invoke an ability. That's how we first created this game. So you'd have to memorize like a bunch of different combinations of like Q, E, and R to invoke a spell to use. Now, it sounds really cool in theory, at least in my opinion, but in practice, I couldn't remember half the spells. I even made like a spell like list or like cheat sheet, and what it did was it auto-filtered the remaining combinations of abilities so you could see like what was left to press to get like a certain ability. And even that, it was like combat was like so insanely slow because of that, and like I was like, this is terrible. It feels horrible to play this, and like matches will take forever. So I needed to drastically speed it up, which is where we pivoted to using a radial wheel, and it has made things significantly faster. But yeah, for the first 90 days of the project, that's what we did. And I was so like hard stuck trying to like make that work that I added in like spell rotations where you would put in a combination, then you could right click, and what it would do is it would actually toggle to a different spell slot on your character. So you could store up to 3 different like spells at once. So you could do like a quick rotation or combo. But that also was like really awkward to use. But yeah. Fun times. That chosen spell. This is what we need. Actually, why the hell is there 2 of these? You can see I commented like all of it out because I was like, maybe one day I'll bring it back. It's like looking at like a time capsule almost. It's never coming back, but it was a nice thought. Yeah, so selected spell text is where this is going to be. Am I actually calling this anywhere else? I'd like to know. Yeah, I didn't think so. What do I have in my copy and paste? Just that. We're going to bring this over to our controller here. Inputs, stuff for our spectators, blah. We might be able to use delegate for it. probably skip all the steps of like bringing this through and just hook up something. I think that's what I'm using anyways. Let's look at my HUD and see where we're actually setting all this up. Because I have a delegate here, or a number of them, where I have like a controller that pretty much automates like all the background of like mana use, like health, like any type of like visual updates to our HUD. So I don't have to like set anything. I usually can go into these controllers and just link in something new. And then the HUD is basically something that just has like a bunch of like open and close functions. It's kept everything relatively clean for the most part. Oh, I actually have one here for my invoke wheel. So, okay, let's take a step back just for a second here. We could actually make separate delegates for this. One that handles visuals, which would be sent to the character, and then one for the HUD updates, which would be sent to the HUD itself. Because they both need to go to different places at this point. Yeah, why don't we do that? Param, 1 param. Let's see here. Probably won't change the name of the first one. Probably call one like HUD. Maybe call this one character. I just need something to break these apart. I always try to put handle at the end of delegates as well. Make it a bit easier. It's the selected spell text on the ability widget HUD. Hey, how you doing? Oh, I control L. There we go. Right now we're just doing some UI stuff. Bunch of quality of life features. actually, we might not need to update this until we clear or actually close our wheel. And then we close it after we do this. I mean, to be safe, we could actually like grab it and then pass it in. Quick question. Did you make your own ability system component from the base class like Lyra did? Was it high value? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I can show it to you. The one that I made is like really tailored to how a lot of my systems are made. So my game has like 3 different keys that you bind a class tree to. So you have 3 class trees to choose from. And the way I have to kind of separate this, as you can see here, is like your Q, E, and R keys. And when this is, it looks like a mess, but when this is like parsing data from like data tables that I created, it's able to pull in just one of those class trees instead of like all the spells, and then it's able to just parse through the data it needs when you are like either like adding abilities to your character, upgrading abilities, sending like batch amounts of abilities as well. It's been great to have like this level of customization when creating abilities. Yeah, one of the things my game needed was healing, so I added in a custom function for applying gameplay effects to targets, and it takes into account like their team IDs and everything too. So the batch can be data table rows rather than objects. So I use the data tables, and I can probably give you like a visual indication of it to make it a bit easier. I use data tables to like set, oh man, this is probably like super small font, but like my Q, E, and R abilities, I actually set like data tables within data tables. And what it does is it will basically just go through each one of these and it will grab, you can see the ability class that I have here, and it will add it to the character for me. Oh no, I want to help people, so if I can just like explain how something works and it helps you in the long run, then it's a win-win. But yeah, I just, me personally, I love using data tables because I can organize a lot of stuff, and when I'm adding abilities to a character, I can just easily just plug in the gameplay ability into this like slot on this data table here, and then I know if I need to grab any more data, like its base duration, effect, and like damage and all that, I can just go back to the same location to do like additive stuff. Yeah. So I have this custom struct right here called ability damage data, and in ones that actually have this filled out, it uses this when calculating data or damage later in the game. Oh yeah, I didn't do this till like way later. I'm talking like probably like day like 120-ish, maybe 130. Yeah, so it's yeah, that's way further into development, at least for me. Thank you. Yeah, it was a lot of fun making it. I love designing like architecture like that because I'm a huge like macro thinker. So I like thinking about like all possibilities of like a situation when designing. So I try to take everything into account in one like fell swoop and just hammer through it all. But that's kind of like a blessing and a curse because there's been way too many times where I'll go back and be like, man, this looks like shit now. I really want to change this. And then I'll just go in and redo the whole thing. So in this invoke wheel widget, we actually want to grab that delegate and bind it here. Yeah, I'm trying to make a buttload of discrete systems now, then just make the game and everything roughly should work. Yeah, the game playability system makes it a lot easier to set up multiplayer games, for sure. So as long as you got like the basic stuff down, you could have something up and running in like less than a month as like a baseline. I will say though, it's kind of hard to learn. There's great documentation on someone's GitHub for it, but if that didn't exist, probably would be fucked. We could probably bind it to this actor, yeah, or we could do like a get owner. But I think the actor HUD should be fine. I don't know how many delegates I actually would have bound to this beforehand, but we'll call this class, and we'll make an ability. Set selected. Spell text. I'm gonna be more specific with this actually. Set ability widgets. Select spell text. It looks like I have another function for this. Where is my ability widget here? Technically it's a permanent HUD, so I don't think I have any open and closes for it. But I do have my instances here that I could probably work with. This takes in a const ftext reference in selected spell name. And then we want to look for our ability. We want our ability widget instance. And we want to call selected set selected spell text in selected spell name. Okay. Should be good. Alright, let's go back real quick and get rid of this. Do not need it anymore. This also does not require. That. And now we just need to clean up that function here. And that bind should now work. We didn't mess with any U properties, I don't believe. Did we? Am I going to destroy one of my blueprints? Because I like to gamble on live coding. Would I like to apply scratchpad scripts? Yeah, sure, because I don't think I added any. Alright, I'm not going to gamble on that invoke wheel, because that'd be such a pain in the ass to set that up again. But we're going to close out and compile. Building 47 actions. That must mean we touched a header file that had everything in the game connected to it. Oh yeah, we most certainly did. Damn, equipment component as well. There's not much in there. Firewall projectile spell. That's got to get cut. Sorry, I'm just reading off of the class files it's looking into. Alright, it's going through modules, blah blah blah. Transmutation gameplay is our shape-shifting gameplay abilities, which I have to make the bear form for that. So if you actually know any good like 3D bear models that I could use, that'd be awesome. Right now I can't find any that look great. Also, absolutely fuck shape-shifting and gas. It is incredibly annoying to or it was incredibly annoying to get that to work correctly with the way skeletal meshes work. I had to add in like an artificial like delay because I couldn't track down the exact point that a skeletal mesh was causing a crash, because I think what was happening is I played an animation that the player would like basically like go into form. So like for the wolf, he would like spread his arms and then, or for the bird, he would spread his arms and then transform into like a raven. And I guess what was happening was the animation was getting like completed, but as it was wrapping up, I was also trying to swap out the mesh, and that caused like a problem. This was like only 30 something days into development, so it's a while ago, but I remember that being the problem, and I just spent like days looking for where in the fuck that could be causing a problem. And I ended up at like some point where it's like a skinned skeletal mesh asset or some shit, causing like an overlap. Anyways. Oh yeah, shit. Cancel that. Compile errors. Gotta go back. Oh wait, did I not delete? Fuck. Spell name text. I kept it on the child classes instead of just the main one. Okay. We all make mistakes. Wait, no I didn't. Oh, no, I changed the thing that said spell name to spell name text. That's what that is. Where is designer? Spell name text. Cool. Oh. Is that it? No, yeah, that's what I thought. I'm gonna keep that up there. Compile that. Christ. I'm just gonna open all of them. File. Go to this one. Yeah, so when you're binding a widget, to something within blueprints, the naming convention has to be exactly the same. No typos, spaces, anything. Now we should be fine, yeah. Cool. Let's open my logs here. Just like that. Look at that. Now when I close, there we go. Current spell, fireball. Uh-oh. I tried opening it again. What did we get? Oh, I tried binding to the fucking delegate again, didn't I? Immediately when I saw that, like, just like pause for 3 seconds, I was like, God damn it. The fucking delegate. I'm recalling it, aren't I? And I definitely am. Let's go back in here and change that. We do not want this to get initialized every single time. Which is probably why I had it in the constructor, but like technically... I mean, easiest way to do this, keep an internal boolean. Ooh, I have one called spell learned. Where are you changed? I also can double up and put in some statements or some if statements asking if this has been bound. Or I could put in add unique dynamic. That would stop that as well. But if the spell learn thing is working, then we'll just use this instead. So we'll do the initialize first, because in set spell name, it marks this as true. Well, we want to know this is a learned. We initialize. Oh wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Not learned. Oh fuck, no. This will not get called ever unless the ability is learned, but we only want this called once. So if this is not learned, then it gets called. I know this is like incredibly difficult to follow, but it's just how my brain works. Okay, so we go in order on the call stack. This gets called. Currently, this is false. So this runs, finds our delegates. It then goes to the set spell name, which, since it's within this like if statement here, the spell name is actually going to be something. So it's going to mark this true. So whenever this gets opened again, it's going to know that this has already been learned. Making it so this can't get called again. Hopefully that makes sense. But I'm just using the system that we already have in place to my benefit here, so I don't have to add any additional shit to this. Okay, so we're gonna try this again. Yep, cast fireball. All good. Ah, look at that though. So the name is not changing once it's changed the first time. Let's get rid of the useless messages real quick. This is only getting called once, eh? Or is it getting called and there's just something going terribly wrong? Live coding done. Let's see. So that gets set. We try it again. Cover this. So it is getting set. It just looks like it's sending out blank f text. Interesting. Oh wait, we already know this is getting called with our delegate. Let's remind ourselves why this is happening this way. Selected spell text is what it's using, and it's clearing it. Let's print out what this selected spell text is. So go here. We'll create an f string. Spell name string equals selected get text string. Does printf work with text, or do I have to go f text to string? To string, yeah. How does this work? Ooh, okay. So I actually just call toString onto this get text here. Like so. And we will print this out. This is spell name string. Put an asterisk at the beginning there for strings when you're printing them out. And yeah. See what we got. Okay. I mean, it's capturing the right one, it's just not updating. So what that's telling me is there's a delay, so we actually have to capture this before we clear it. Let's do that. Give it a shot. not going to make a reference for this because apparently the reference is getting cleared before we can transmit this delegate over. So what we're going to do here is use spell name text again. We're going to call toString at the end of it. Oh, the fuck? My cursor was just like off my screen or something. Weird. Oh, okay, so it is transmitting it over. Means it's something really dumb that's causing this problem. Just so I can view both of these things on the same filter, what I'm going to do is kind of cheese it by adding in that, but this is going to get removed pretty quickly, so I'm not too concerned about it. Oh, what do we got here? Oh, yeah, got it. Forgot the golden rule. Whenever you print out strings, make sure there's an asterisk. I crashed. Oh. Apparently I clicked on landscape. No sir, not want that. Okay, fireball ignites. It is getting the correct name. I think we have some interference. What could be interfering with? That's the spell text for the actual wheel itself. something else is calling this. Or something else is using this right here. Yeah, a lot of things are using this actually. Clear spell text. What is calling you? Reset cast and colors. This is the fun part of jumping down the rabbit hole, because this is where the problem is happening. Yeah, right here. Just me, or is this getting double called? Reset cast is also calling this, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, it's setting the text to be empty spell slot, right? Is there anything else here using that? No, it's only this. So wherever this is getting called is actually causing this interference with our widget. Which it looks like it's just this function here. Which in turn goes all the way to our invoke wheel. So if that's the case, I'm going to also cheese the log again. So we can see the order of operation here. Or the call stack. You could open this up in debugger and just chase it that way, but I love littering my code with these random surprises. Shit, wait a minute. Should have double checked what we were filtering for before I did it. The cool part is I can literally just go into the find feature within the solution, or the project I mean, and see wherever I use this setup of a log and pretty much cut it out. Next week we're going to be making our own custom logging system, so pretty excited about that. Fireball gets set. Huh. It's actually not getting called. So what is resetting our shit? Unless compiling failed and I just totally missed that. No, it succeeded. All right. Is this what's doing it? I think this is it, actually. Something. Something is messing with it. The set chosen spell thing is actually something that needs to get deleted. And doing so, maybe it fixes our problem here. If it does, then we know it was more than likely the text above causing it. Faster. Something is messing with my text. What the fuck is doing it? There's only... How many places is this being used? We don't care about render opacity. This is the one we just made. I don't care about that. Clearing spell text is fine. I mean, you can see like a lot of this stuff is pretty old. Clear spell text, what does it do? It just empties it, sets it. See if that stops it. Yeah, it looks like that was it. UI history. Honestly, a lot of this stuff is going to be history. It turns out this was it, hey? This was only being called in like one place. Unless there was a second spot that I did not notice. If my game was not multiplayer, would I mess with gas at all? That's a good question, actually. Probably. Fuck. I mean, probably not. But the thing that makes me hesitate on saying that is because, like, gas is used by a lot of different games, so it's a good thing to learn, and by reading the code in gas, it helps you understand, like, excuse me, helps you understand, like, prediction, which is super important for any type of multiplayer game. And the cool thing with gas is you can usually convert your game to multiplayer pretty quickly with it. Yeah, the conversion process isn't too bad because a lot of it is all just some settings you have to change within the blueprints when you make the abilities. Oh, this is called somewhere else, eh? Override cast. That would do it. Set current spell. Yeah, this actually happens right after we close the invoke wheel, isn't it? Yeah, we call it close invoke wheel and then we do this override cast. Oh, Jesus. Okay. There it is. I made a bunch of spells and buffs, all with my own code design. Now I'm trying to figure out what gas has and what I could do, or gas has and what I could make it do. To know what the fallback of my own code and rely on gas for. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. So you made a bunch of custom code, but now you kind of want to see what code you made can be replaced by gas features that are already made. Is that what you're trying to say? Or am I understanding that right? Because I was in the same boat and still kind of am with gameplay cues. Gameplay cues are definitely something that I'm looking into making, but a lot of the UI stuff that I'm trying to make with them doesn't need to be replicated, but they're really insistent. They're really insistent on replicating everything with them. Yeah, so gas is kind of weird, but it all makes sense in the end. So you have like gameplay effects, which is like kind of like the main engine of how like communication works in gas. So the whole system relies on applying and then removing gameplay effects, and gameplay effects carry all the information needed for like modifying attributes on other players' ability system components. So, or their attribute sets rather. So it's like this whole like this whole game of tag with like gameplay effects that you're just like passing around. And if you're looking to pass them around via spells, like you're spawning something that contains it and then moves it over to another like object, it gets even more complicated because the gameplay ability system doesn't like out of the box allow you to just like spawn like a projectile. You actually have to kind of like fake it a bit, where you like spawn like the real one on the server and then you spawn like fake ones on the clients. And the real one on the server will actually contain like the actual gameplay effect that gets passed over to whatever it hits. Oh man, hopefully I didn't miss your message. I was looking at like a YouTube the whole time. Hey Cobra, how you doing? Or Cover, my bad. Hi Mikey, finished my stream. I'm going to take notes and post a recorded video on YouTube and do another stream. You think I should focus on learning Blender first, or should I do some Blender here, some programming there? Focus on one thing and go all out on it. Don't break it up into pieces and do like things here and there. Like learn Blender first, and then once you get comfortable with it, introduce programming into it. But combine the two things, like use the Blender models in like programming somehow, either with like developing games or something else, so you still stay like focused and you don't lose like what you learned. Yeah, Gas still needs to spawn an actor that has the Niagara system at the very least. Yeah, I took it into my own hands to have the Niagara system spawn on the actor. I didn't use gameplay cues for that or anything. I don't think I will. Just because gameplay cues can get a little pricey with how much they're replicated. They don't have like, as far as I know, they don't just have like client-side replication, which is like what I want to use for UI. They try to replicate it to everything, which is not something I'm into. How much time do you think I should put into it today? Because I know you put like 4 to 8 hours in. Well, you kind of have to like prioritize like everything. Most days I do put in, you know, 8 hours or more. But there's some days where like I have other things I really have to do. So it all comes down to like how much free time. But in your case, I guess probably about 4 to 6 hours a day. Don't burn yourself out though. Yeah, this override cast is what was causing the problem. Which this is fine. But we can't allow it to control the resetting of our colors and all that shit. It has to be called somewhere else. That wasn't what the function was called, but pretty much the same thing. Okay. I was thinking if there was anything else on this I would actually need to modify. We can still have this get called, it just needs to be moved. Like, we only want this to get called when we actually do a reset. So when we call reset ability, that's when it should happen. Got you. And any tips on streaming while I'm learning? You're able to talk about programming with a lot of prior knowledge, so you're able to put out a lot of content while I'm going off a Blender with no background. Sorry for bugging you, by the way. I also turned off Discord while streaming. Yeah, you have to turn off Discord, no distractions, and I just talk about my thought process going into everything. So, I mean, if you're like streaming something that you're like learning, you could talk about your ideas going into it, or what you understand, or what you interpret what they're saying, what you interpret what they're talking about, I guess is a way to say it. But you just want to talk about like what your thoughts are and kind of speak your mind. A lot of the shit I say just doesn't make sense to like half the people watching, but I try to elaborate on it as best I can. I'm not a teacher by trade, but I do like giving resources away that are able to better explain the subject than me. I have to be better with chat though. Can't believe I missed the messages. Word, I think I'll think a bit more about how I do things. Also, is this going to end up on YouTube? Am I going to be famous too? I'm going to edit the video to take that out. That I just read that message. Just for you, bud. Like that, the whole interaction and like speech I just gave you is all just going to be cut. It's actually just going to jump from like right before you joined stream to this point right now. Alright, so the only thing that's not being set in our selection is our auto attack. See how it's just getting cleared? So we just want that to get updated. Also, when we select a new ability, it's not sending the render, or it's not setting the render opacity back to what it should. So we can actually do that here, because when it gets changed, it should be back to what it is. Alright, I go now. I'm gonna keep playing on the background. You're welcome. Also, don't ban me, please. Oh, don't you worry. I would never ban you. But, yeah, I'll be checking. If you don't send a message every 30 seconds in chat, you're getting banned. The heads up. You know, keep you active. Alright, so how are we doing auto attacks? That is the question. Mainly because we're not passing in, like, auto attack data to the widget. So we need another way to actually update that. Yeah, we have like spell name text here, but we don't have this. We do have spell data though. Let's see what spell data we're getting. We might just be getting the spells, like the actual like abilities and not the auto attack, which would be a little bit of a problem, but we'll find a way to get the data. We lurkers are fucked, I guess. Monka S. Nah, you're good. It's only Prince. I'm just assigning Prince to have that. Prince likes to do the thing where he comes in here and he'll ask questions to like get information and then just like leave completely. There you go. See, that's the 30-second mark, bud. Just keep that up. Let's hover in the band button. Got me worried. Now, we do have these here that actually grab the auto attack from the spell tray. So we might be able to update it that way. I really do want to keep it in the same place though, that's the problem. So if it returns 0 on the invoke wheel, that's how we know it actually selected the auto attack. Yeah, you know what? I'll just pass in the data for it. It'll be a lot easier to pass it through the open invoke wheel. And set it that way. I actually want this to be const too. So we're not going to be changing anything about it. Actually, do it this way. Oh, I think it's been 30 seconds. Hold on, let me okay, let me click on his name. Okay. Oh, look at that. Jasmine says hi. Bella said hello. You're not being held hostage, bud. You know, you can give up at any point. Don't worry about it. Just gotta set like a timer on your phone. What is it? Get auto attack? Oh, it's a reference. Yeah, I mean, that's fine too. That was a pointer. I think 30 seconds is up. Okay. Prince. Man, you've been a good chatter though. Okay, there we go. Oh. I'm hee. Got it. I don't think you're able to delete messages, right? I can see you frantically like typing that on your keyboard. Alright, so do we have our supply line set up for this? Where's our character? That we do. Alright, let's go to our other invokes here. This one is for the E. Yes. Then we go to the R. Like that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay. We'll call set spell selection here. We'll grab our auto attack data and we'll set the text from here. Spell data dot spell name. Oh shit, spell name A is F name. I might I might actually make this a member variable. We'll just set it every time it gets called. Oh, set spell selection. God damn it. There we go. So if that's the case, we can actually just do this. By the way, I need a new mic. Do you prefer the ones on the headset or the microphone you have in front of you? This depends on your use. The one I have in front of me, I don't know if it's worth the money. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've had it for a long time though, and I mean it hasn't broken or anything, so it's reliable. Yes, exactly. Also, is your name, do you want me to call you Dan or do you want me to call you Cover? I sounds like it's coming from a microphone. What? Yeah, no problem. I don't want to assume anything. Prince, I don't even know what. I have no idea what the fuck you just said. One thing I want to do is I actually want to create a casting animation. So the spell that we have selected right now, see how it's just like not moving or anything at all? I actually want to change that so it does have a nice effect for the other spell. Wait, what? It sounds like it's coming from a microphone. What does that even mean? Like, you type that thinking it's gonna like clear something up? I have no idea what the hell you just said. Alright, so we actually have to go to our ability widget for this, to update this. I do want an animation to happen when we cast. Oh yikes. Where is our animations? Find widget anim. Here we go. I believe we have one for actually firing off an ability. Oh, here it is. Yeah, there we go. This fire cast animation, where are you being used? Hello, Robert. How are you? Prince, what are you saying? Doesn't sound like you're in front of me. Are you saying like the audio sounds like it's like around the animation? I mean, actually, we can just link up to the Firecast animation. Doing well? I'm doing pretty good too. Just working on some UI stuff today. I'll be back in 30 minutes, don't ban me. Alright, bud, I'll be watching the clock. Alright, let's go into our widget here and see what that animation is. Firecast animation. So we could actually just copy and paste this over to our other thing that we have. Not selected text. What is the... What is this called? Selected spell text. That's what it is. We can paste in that same transform. That. So we'll get the same effect. I wish I like knew about how you can just copy and paste that kind of stuff from animation to animation. It would have saved me so much time on some of the animations I did for combat in the HUD. Yeah, so C# files are for settings usually. So like dependencies, modules, and everything like that, I can name them within like these build files here. So you'll see that I have a bunch of like public dependencies available. So it's all about just kind of like the editor and the environment setup more than anything else. I think they also have JavaScript. Oh, if they do. I mean, that's totally possible. I haven't used any JavaScript in it so far though. JavaScript is yeah, it's the second language I learned. I don't want to hurt like anyone's feelings, but not the most fun language for me. No. Nothing's a dumb question if you don't know the answer to it. I encourage people to speak up and ask questions. That's how you learn. Did I live code? Oh, I should not live code. God damn it. Don't break my blueprints, please. I'll let this finish and then I'll recompile. Oh, thank God, there was an error. That chosen spell. How about... This is not being used anywhere, right? No. I'm gonna comment it out just in case. Also, these two definitely should not be in use. Kind of cleaning up a little bit as I go along. I'm learning C++ in high school, so my level is very low. That's where I started. But I started learning Java in high school, and I failed. Yeah, I had an opportunity to start really young, like 17, learning Java, and my brain wasn't there for it, so it didn't work out. I almost failed high school and everything. Wasn't a really great student. Didn't go to college. But it's mainly because, you know, a lot of people go to school, but they don't really like apply themselves. And not to get too deep into it, but school's a really weird thing where growing up, at least in my environment, we weren't taught how important school actually is for your future. So I didn't take it as seriously as I would have now if I were to actually redo it again. But yeah. This can go for sure. That can also go. Wherever this is getting called is where I want to call the other animation to. I mean, technically, I can move them both over to the same animation, yeah. Yes, that's what I should do. Let's go in and do that real quick. Delete this. Close out, recompile. Should be good. Why is my output up here? Down here. God. I almost had a heart attack because I thought I broke my chair. I know there's like a steel plate that's like underneath my seat that like stops that metal pole from just like going right up your ass if it ever breaks. But like that is like a crazy fear that I have of like my chair just like impaling me if that shit ever broke. That is one terrifying thought. Yo, have you ever seen that? Some guy died when that happened. His chair literally like broke in the piston from the seat, because I mean like that shit's holding up a lot of weight. Bam! Right through. He was done. This also can probably get cut. A lot of code here that doesn't really serve its purpose anymore since we got rid of a lot of it. Yeah, like all this. I commented out, but like honestly, it all can just get deleted. Control F5. That's fucked up. I haven't heard about that. I wish I didn't hear about it, because now it's just like a fear that's just in the back of my head permanently. That's the worst part about it. Like, I know it's not going to happen, but like, there's that chance. And I fucking hate that there's that chance. Okay. I think I noticed that the fire animation was not playing when we were using an auto attack, so I'll look into that as well. So like, animation doesn't happen when we auto. Where's my cursor? On my left screen apparently. But it does happen when we use an actual ability. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, the animation that I thought of, the actual spell cast, was something pretty similar to this. It's not quite there yet, but it's pretty damn close. So I'm happy with it until I go back and do it, you know, do it all over again. Timing on it actually is kind of weird. But that's stuff we can fix. Okay. It is not playing the animation when we auto attack, which means inside of our casting component that we have on our character, there's a problem. Let's go to our casting component and look at the fire cast ability and see what is happening. Current standard attack. We see if it's channeled. We batch RPC and try to activate our ability. Let's see here. Do all that in return. So I'm assuming one of these functions then is actually calling that animation to be played. Yes, okay. So the correct thing here would be to move all of these functions into its own separate thing. Like fire cast successful. Right, and what we'll do is first please the Visual Studio gods by creating this into the header. Then we go back, grab all this shit, most of this shit, paste it in here. Despawn casting rune, that. Okay, that's just a visual that can go first. Then we're going to put this guy here. So whenever we add more stuff to this, I mean, we probably won't, to be honest with you. But if we do, we know where to put it. Oh, you're replying to his thing. I feel like that every time I talk to Mikey. Prince, you shouldn't feel that way. I'm watching and I understand nothing, but still I enjoy it. Does it make any sense, or am I just a weirdo? Makes total sense to me. I try to teach Prince programming, and he usually just drools on his keyboard. Prince, I've tried to teach you programming like 6 times now. But you're lucky I'm streaming because I can't shame you. Then people will think I'm a bad person for calling you out solely. Don't shush me. Alright, so a little bit of a problem here. So do we want to actually set the render opacity to go down this low? For auto attacks, it actually should come back up after the cast is complete. Right? So maybe we make 2 different animations. And have the second animation mess with the render opacity. Sounds like a good idea. So first, we'll do that in here. Inside of our fire cast ability. So what we're gonna do, move this guy out. That would have been so cool. There was a feature where it like auto creates that inside the invoker character. That's okay. What was that one thing called? Here you are. You're doing it anyways? Ah, man, what do you mean? Not do that. It's gonna be the same process as before, except we're just gonna replace the word cast with auto attack. It's just gonna have a different animation that's slightly tweaked what we need. And this is one hell of a chain, eh? I'll come back and clean this stuff up. Oh, unused function. See ya. Oh, yeah, perfect. We won't touch the render opacity here. It's the only difference between the two. Looks good. I think that is the whole chain for it as well. Yeah, that firecast function is a heap of a log. But we made so many changes to our combat over the course of the last like 90 days. A lot of that code is from days 60 through 90, more than likely. Once we have everything pretty much set in stone, which we're getting pretty close to, we're just going to be refactoring and writing up documentation for it, because everything's set. We don't need to change it anymore. I should not have live coded. Don't worry about it. It's all the same thing at the end of the day. Also, don't be intimidated by the code, because most programmers, when they look at other code, they can't really understand it without all the context that goes into it. So if you're looking at this just like, what the hell does this even mean? Don't be ashamed. Yeah, it's all fine. Did our live coding finish? Did. I'm gonna be safe and close out and start it back up. And if so, we should have a better UI, which I will update colors and everything with as well. So I'll be setting the text of the color to that of the ability, or the class tree that it came from. I know the base of object-oriented programming, so it's not that bad. Okay. As long as you understand how classes work, it's pretty much all syntax at that point, and then like inside functionality. It's not too bad at all. Alrighty. The build is going up. And our UI should be a bit better. Why is our opacity being set? Somewhere down the line, I did not set the right thing. There it is. Now we should be good. Please do not build the whole fucking project again. Okay, one action. Thank God. There we go. Look at that. A very subtle thing. They might be expanding a bit too much, but that's okay. The goal is to actually have like a little bit of UI particles come out of it. Look kind of neat. Man, the sound for the crumbling rocks is so fucking bad and outdated. Ugh. It literally sounds like I'm using like stereo on it instead of like mono. Because the attenuation it doesn't even sound spatialized at all. Ugh. Oh, the rock wall stuff. Yeah, so a lot of the gameplay is gonna kind of revolve around interactive maps and abilities. One of the maps I just made has something similar to that with like bridges and stuff that have to collapse. Don't mind the texturing. It's just something with like RVT texture pools. So it's not like high quality or anything right now. Yeah, so one of the things I added to this map was destructibles. Oh, so a great place. That's actually a really good question. This website is amazing. You can get all the audio here, download it like Audacity, and then just mess with the sounds to get what you want. I mean, there's been like a ton of things that I get from this site. But you have to be like really careful with it. So any sound that you take, make sure that you understand the copyright on it. If they require like permission, just make sure that you download the copyright text for it to put in like any type of credits when you publish like your game or project. A lot of the projects or sounds on here actually are completely free, don't require any type of like what the hell is it called? Accreditation? Oh shit, you know what I'm trying to say. They don't require credit, so you can just use them in your project. Yeah. freesound.org. Big shout out. Every sound in this game is probably come from that, to be honest with you. If I actually run this outside of... Come on, there we go. The texture should actually be real now. Oh, that's a... I just found a bug with the, I just found 2 bugs. What the fuck was that? I just fell through the fucking map. How did I not see that through any other playtest? What did I change since the last time I tried that? One of the bugs I found was the fireball not dying on impact, which is something really easy to fix. The other thing, what the fuck was that? So it like... Oh, wait, did I just miss the bridge? No. I fell through the floor. Oh shit. Is that a fucking spike on the ground? Well, that... Honestly, out of everything I've seen so far, that is going to bother me the most. Let's get rid of that. Where are you? There you are. Since it's mirrored, that means there's another one over here, eh? Yep, right there. Gone. I don't think my engine appreciated me getting rid of that spike. We do have to update the nanite though. Okay. We got that. Let's go to our base spell. Actually, projectile. And we're going to create another setting here. I think it's just lag. Alright, yeah. Let me real quick mute the music. Actually, I want to take a look at that. Thank you for clipping that. Actually going to mute my Chrome browser. Yeah, I just fall through the fucking map. Whoa, wait, actually, hold on. You see the... Okay, so something did lag. But the bridge, I think what happened was it spun. Yeah, it did. Look, so it looks like there was like a little bit of lag there, but it actually started spinning past its actual point, and it got past it actually got past its tolerance and looped all the way around. So I got to make sure that doesn't happen. I got to put a clamp on that. It must have been like a full second of like lag that caused that to happen, which is really bad. So I will definitely clamp that down. Yeah, I know. That's how delta time works, man. If you get like a frame that delays that long and it looks from the previous frame to the current, it will translate that data for that kind of like movement, and it will just like skip over a tolerance like that, which is why clamping is really important. That tolerance was like really high too, so it skipped a long bit of fucking time for that to happen. What was I doing here? Projectile hit. So this is where we want to do this. Is this impact delay even on a timer? No, it's not. So we want the activation to happen probably after the mesh is hidden. I don't know if I want to destroy it though. I'm trying to think of like, am I going to have abilities in the future that would utilize this but still have it like an active effect? And the answer is maybe. But I hesitate to just have it be destroyed on impact. Okay. We set a U property, so I'm actually going to recompile. Actually, before I recompile, let's fix that bridge. It will not go past that spot again. So this is how the bridge rotation actually works. We start the collapse. It checks, is the bridge moving? We go into bridge move, gets the current rotation, gets the current pitch that it's at. And then it does this is nearly equal. We actually should check. We want to see if it's above or below it. Yeah, it's actually being ticked. So it's going to be like in well, we're lerping, so it's an interpolated movement over the course of time. What about using a timeline? That's a good point, actually. That might be better for this situation. Now with the timeline curve, though, am I able to dynamically set the last part of that curve? I've used timelines in the past. I actually use them more so for interpolating over like scalars and other values in materials than I do for movement. But that's not a bad idea. That does allow us to have like a very set or like a fixed position on it too. Like an ending rotation. Yeah. The one thing that always something I try to avoid, but it may not be good in this situation, is allowing for like complete like control over some variables during like the gameplay's runtime. So for instance, like this one, the bridge, at some point we're actually going to have it to where like the crystals on the bottom that are kind of like holding it up, if you destroy like one side of those crystals, it'll actually like pivot the bridge to tilt to like a different direction. So in that case, I would be using like two different like curves. But if I were to do that here, all I would have to do is just like input like a very slight tweak to the axis of the yaw to have that effect happen. It's kind of weird, but it may be worth it. If I'm able to change the ending placement on the timeline, then it would be perfect, because then I'd be able to adjust everything I needed to. If I can't, and it's more of like something where it's just grabbing like a pointer to the object and the object is not able to be changed during runtime, then it makes it a little bit more difficult. Now, the current bridge pitch is something that I could probably use for clamping. I actually will print this out so I can see what it says. Get a better idea on how I want to make this clamp. I'm pretty sure, yeah, clamps an angle to the range of 0 to 360. So what I want to see is, okay, what's the starting axis, or what's the starting pitch going to be? And then what is the ending pitch roughly supposed to be? And then I'll have a spot to where it can't go past. And that will, that'll stop that problem from happening again. Alright. Dig into this a little bit. God damn it. Whoa, we don't look at those. You know, it would be kind of funny to keep this bug in play just for the playtest. So if my friends run over the bridge and it does that and they fall through and die, it would be a pretty good laugh. Damn, bro, you're a true motivation for me. I came home from exam, had 2 hours rest, now at dinner, and you're still here working so consistently for your project. Hey man, it's an everyday thing. Even when I'm not streaming on some days, I'm usually working on it. I appreciate the kind words though, man. Thank you. Do you see here? So with clamp access, it'll go to 90, then start going back down. Goddamn rotation. Yeah. It's the fun part of rotation. Maybe I can do something where I don't clamp the axis and see if I can read it that way. I'm just looking for like a consistency to this madness that is goddamn pitch. Alright, round 2. Battle versus the bridge. Or I should say battle versus rotation. Okay. Does clamp axis even do anything if the relative rotation starts at 0? Let's find out. Survey says no. Goddamn gimbal locking. What if we normalize the axis? You know what? I'm gonna bring you out here just for now. Or actually, we need you in here. So normalize, just convert it back to the rotation that it was previously before we clamped. If that's the case, then it does literally nothing. I'm just getting re-familiar with rotation. And the more familiar I get with it, the more I dread working with it. But it is what it is. Oh, remind me to remove kill amount off the bottom right. Got a scoreboard for that now. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, so we're lerping. All right, so let's replace it. I'm only gonna do this one more time. I don't figure this out off stream. I'm not gonna have this eat up my time again. Fuck. What I'll probably do off stream is look into the timeline curves, see if I can actually change those on the fly. Because if so, then we are in business. But also the weird thing about timeline curves and rotation is you can see how like rotation for this, like if you call like set rotation, it's not going to work that great because relative rotation on this mesh will go all the way up to 90. And then if you try to go past it, it gimbal locks you, you just don't move. So it's like a weird, it's a really weird curve that you would have to do. But find a way. Yeah, it goes to 90, stops, and then starts rolling back down again. Alright. Yeah, I won't mess with it. Going on the list though. If that bug happens again, hopefully it kills one of my friends and not me. Because that would be really funny. What else do we got? Pull up the good old to-do list. That is something we'll do later. Oh yeah, we have to create something that displays like an area of effect around the player outside of like the collision that we're using. But that's not technically in the plans for the playtest. That's actually just kind of like a random to-do. Same to you, Robert. Thank you for stopping by. Looks like it's possible to change the keys in the timeline and runtime. Okay, fuck yeah, then we'll use that. Let me grab my coding shovel. I gotta go digging for where I use that. Does the chat block URLs? Maybe? You could try posting it. Huh. Johnny, you are you're a strange person. You know that? Oh, you know what's funny? I actually used timeline curves in this already. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, look at that. For my linear color. Make one for rotation. Wait, oh wait, do they allow U-curve U-curve rotators? Or do I just have to use float? See what this is. A good friend Google. Oh, I think I remember looking at this actually. Rich curve seems very familiar. Of course you can. But what curve do you mean? Property type or? Oh, by modifying the keys independently? Yeah. Yeah, that's what you were mentioning too. Add or update key. Is it using like a hash map? I'm assuming that's what it's using when it's referencing keys, yeah? Alright, where's my hash map at? Okay, well we have something that... Oh, it's const. Never mind. Oh, here's a non-const version. Get curves. Oh, it's an array of keys. Okay, got it. So you can get the key at a specific time here. Get a value range. Oh, so I mean, it's public access to get all the keys, it looks like. Update or add key. Search for a key that already exists at the time, and if found, update its value. Oh, perfect. Yeah. The key wasn't found, added in now. Okay. Yeah, we'll just use a flirt though. No biggie. Actually, let me look it up. F curve rotator. God exist. Okay, F curve float it is. This would be for bridge dash rotation curve. Category is rotation. I have a timeline component already that we can use for this. Oh, wait a minute. No, I should be able to. It has a different purpose, but it'd be okay. Bridge move actually should be perfect for this. You can actually just add in U function and assign a new track to it. F timeline, curve. No, F timeline, float. Bridge rotation. Got some comments in here. Yeah. Then we use the bridge warning timeline component, which probably should change the name of that. Add interp float, and we want to use our bridge mesh rotation curve and link it to our bridge mesh rotation track. Have you tried working with blueprints before? I know how to code, but most tutorials use blueprints, so right now wary of using C++ if there's a limited support documentation. So I will say one thing, you can actually do a one-to-one conversion of blueprints to C++, and a trade secret, not really a secret, but a good way to do it is using Kismet. This library has all of the nodes, or a majority of the nodes that are in blueprints. So if you ever see someone using like a really like obscure blueprint node and you're like, damn, that there's no function for that, it's probably in here. It's either going to be in the gameplay statics, or it's going to be within the Kismet, one of these libraries, usually the Kismet math library or systems library. These are like the three big ones that most people use. And these are where all the blueprint nodes come from. You could also use the blueprint function library. Actually, no, Kismet system library. My bad. Maybe it's not called that. Maybe it's just these two. I just shattered my credibility by bringing that up. But yeah, I use these two the most personally. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, blueprints can be translated to C++ pretty easily. Although blueprints are definitely a lot easier to create. That's for sure. So we got our curve set up here. Now we just need something to have our collapse start, which I mean, we have it here. So instead of using this bool, right, we're going to take this guy at a tick. And we will copy this real quick. Move it over to our start collapse. Where is my start collapse? Actually, do we have to make a new timeline component for this, or can we call play specifically? Ah, this is a good question. We have to have two separate. If we have to have two separate, not a big deal. It is what it is. Man, it would have been cool if there was a way for us to play an event directly. But I do not see if that is possible. Let's see how this is actually handling. Got it. The timeline.play. Okay. Alright. We'll just make a new one. All good. Holy fuck, can I type? Jesus. Bridge, mesh, rotation. Actually, we'll just make it simple. Bridge, rotation, timeline. Oh. Bring this guy down. We add the float there. Where is our start? Here we go. Now the thing is, we also want to know what the ending of this is. Is there a delegate that it actually plays when this completes its event? There is. Okay, nice. Where are you, delegate? Here we go. Wait, timeline events. This right here, timeline finished func. What a weird name, but hey. What does this provide me? Oh, it just calls it. It doesn't say anything. That's totally fine. Not replicated. Doesn't need to be. No. As long as it starts on all machines, we don't need this replicated. So we'll bind this up here. Doesn't have a member. Oh shit, is this protected? Oh, you bastard, it's private. Alright, well, where can I access this? Oh. Sent the delegate to call when the timeline is finished. Okay. And I have to make my own. Can't just like give me access to it so I can use it. Guess that's alright. And that is public, yeah. Yeah. Let's get rid of some of this stuff here, eh? So this needs an F on timeline event. What are you and what do you require? It's just a, oh, it's just a delegate. Oh, okay, yeah. Saw that before. Nothing set up with it. I just need to bind it and then set it. Bind function. Then the object is this f name. I believe the name I literally just give it the function name. So bridge complete. Component complete. There we go. Yeah. Alright, cool. I actually don't use bind U function as much as I should. What I'll use it for mainly is if I ever use timing events and I need to pass in a function that requires like parameters to be passed to it after it like ends, I'll actually use this instead of bind U object. But very rare that I do that. All right, cool. Looks good. What does bridge movement complete actually call? Just play the impact effect. Bridge move. I mean, we probably would just take in oh man, I'm trying to think about how I want to do this. It would just be the exact rotation that we're setting it to. How we would set up those keys. Or actually no, what we can do is we can just have it go 0 to maybe it won't work that way. It is just passing in. Like a delta time, right? Fuck, how does the curve float actually... this in? My brain like shut off for a second. Okay, so it's the actual like value itself over time. Okay. Yeah. Got it. Okay. Just wanted to double check on that. So we don't want to do add local rotation. There's another function here called set relative rotation exact, which actually does the conversion for us. We'll call this in float. In float amount. Anything other than delta time so I don't screw myself later on. Actually in curve float amount. Rather be specific here than sorry later. Oh shit, whoops. I would want to set the pitch to that. Let's clean this up a bit, eh? So we'll grab all that, all this stuff. What we'll do is comment out for now, save that for later. And we will just have our pitch equal to this. Or what we can do is begin play. We can probably save our current relative rotation, and then we can just add on to it with this curve float amount. So that means our curve float can actually start from 0. It doesn't have to adjust for what the current relative rotation of the bridge is. So I would take this and in begin play, I would save it. Oh wait, I already did. Bridge default rotation. Okay. Look at that. Actually, now that I think about it, the relative rotation will always be zeroed out. I was just thinking about how I placed these on the map. For some reason, I thought I was actually pivoting off of the relative rotation in the beginning. But no, I actually used the actor's absolute rotation when setting them down. I didn't actually touch the mesh. I don't believe. Let me look. Not really. I did mess with some of it. But we're only concerned about the pitch. So we just want to get the Yeah. I only messed with a little bit. Okay. So I could do something where I just grab the default rotation, and the only thing I change is the pitch itself, and then I set it here. We probably only want these delegates to actually be bound if we have these set, unless there's an internal check for them. Add interp float. Does it check to see if this is valid? Does not, so it could just be storing a null pointer. I'd also like to know we don't have one set. Okay. That looks all right. It was a pretty easy transition because we had a lot of the code already set up for it. I didn't realize that this actually existed, but they created something called a set relative rotation exact for instances where you basically convert the F rotator to an F quat. Or it does it for you, so you actually don't have to worry about normalizing back and forth for your rotation. Or clamping the axis or any of that bullshit. There's definitely a more efficient way to handle like rotation in this kind of game. I guess it's where my lack of knowledge comes into play on that topic. Yeah, I had no idea it was even there. So when I was like smashing my face into my keyboard, trying to get the damn thing to ungimbal lock itself at 90 degrees, I was like, God damn it. Why am I playing? I didn't even set the curves. I caught myself though. I did not. As soon as I hit play, I was like, wait a minute. The thing I'm testing is something I haven't made yet. Whoops. Okay. New folder. East Canyon. And then we want to make a curve. Curve from vector. Honestly, it doesn't matter though. Curve from float is totally fine. Bridge rotation. what I'll do is I'll go in and edit the last key. I want to get this first created, and then what I'll do is I'll go into C++ and edit it so the variables that I'm using within the actor itself will be able to change these keys over to the settings that I had before. Yeah, don't worry about it. I messed up. I hit play before I even set the damn thing, so luckily I had something to catch if this was null. So we're fine. We're all good. What kind of curve do I need? I think the collapse is over 2.5 seconds before, if I remember correctly. Starts at 0, goes to hold on, have it set in here. Like this one is 83, 105, 83, 105. We will just, because we're going to be testing these upper level ones, we'll probably just put 105. What cubic? So we want a slow start and then a more fast, like ramping build up till the very end. Can't you just use 0 to 1 and multiply the float value by the variables you already have in bridges? That actually is not a bad idea. I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay. Yeah, good call. Just normalize it. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I get what you're saying. Just normalize the curve and then use the curve as a basically just like a multiplier. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Probably add in another key here actually. So this one I actually want to not interpolate into like this. This has to be like a clear cut through. This is more of like a linear. Change the key values in runtime. If we're doing like a normalized curve like this, I think this would work out just fine. Because all I would do is just change. All I would do is just times it by like this float amount. Since it's a 0 to 1, I would just grab the bridge's final rotation. Do that. So as it gets to 100%, I mean, you already know, I don't need to explain it. Oh, you said then I think you don't need to change. Okay, okay. Yeah. I misread your comment. Yes. Yes. Absolutely right. Sorry about that. Hey, it's late in the day. I've been doing this all morning. Don't be too hard on me. It looks fine. Oh my gosh, I think my eyes are just getting like way too used to like the angle of this. So I'm like looking at it like, oh yeah, that seems straight. Holy shit. Alright, I'll look at that in a second. Let's go into the default class of this though and add this in so we don't have to set it for everything. Those did take. Yes, okay. Yeah, let's try it out. Is there anything else I'm forgetting? Probably. Let's try it out. That's every time I hit play after making a change like this, I'm like, please, for the love of God. Oh, what happened? Did I just not call it? Okay, let's know when it's moving, when it's not moving, all that good stuff. I heard the sound that the brake was played or collapse. Wait a minute. Okay, no, I am calling bridge mesh. Okay. Fingers crossed again. What the fuck did I change that made it different? Was it like, did I not compile before? I thought I did a clean compile. It works. No idea, just Unreal being Unreal. You're not wrong. Fuck, I wanted to change that. Why did I close it? Okay. So, this is definitely going too fast. So, need a longer ramp up time. This will probably go to like 4.5. This one will probably go to like can't tell if that's perfect, but I will off stream make that a perfect curve. Probably because I'll spend like 15 minutes just like messing with it. I'll like lower the DPI on my mouse to like get the perfect like pixel angle of that shit. Don't judge me. Just want it to look good. And if there's a hitch in it, it'll bother the living shit out of me. Oh, ain't that crisp? What the hell is that hiccup? That felt like a flush, but it wasn't. Did my stop event get called? Good question. Bridge start, bridge complete. I did not hear the complete. There was no complete. Uh-oh. That means my event did not get called. Oh, is it because I have the curve? The curve is like still kind of going like after this. Is there a way to actually like cut it from going on infinitely? But there was. Oh, post infinity. event for the last key. Okay. Oh, I'm just dumb. Oh no, you're good. I found the problem. For the bind U function, which is one of the reasons I don't use it because I always fuck this up. The function name is bridge complete movement. I put bridge movement complete. Now it should work. Yeah. So I may complain about Visual Studio and Unreal Engine a lot, but it's definitely not a fault of the engine, the fault of the user. But when I'm angry, I don't want to take fault for shit. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Yeah, it is pretty weird. Wonder if there's a variant for it that I could do. Hey, did it call it? Where is this being used? Man, you really hate when I wear tank tops. You're gonna have to get used to it, my friend. It's the summer and it's hot as shit outside. I got my AC blasting too. Welcome to American culture. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't mark this U function. Is that... Wait, is it dynamic? I just thought of that. There's the problem, right there. Goddamn dynamic delegates. It's weird passing in a string instead of the actual function. Yeah, it is kind of weird. I wonder how it's actually like, how they actually call it or search for it. Because with bind U object, you basically create an object to use it. It's one of those like abstract things that you don't really like think about too much, and you kind of use it every once in a while, so you don't bother looking into it too deep. And I hit play on the goddamn test area. Okay. Let's take a step back and do the right thing. Yeah, I didn't check and see if it was a dynamic delegate, which is totally my bad. Yes, it could be. There we go. That shit fucking works. Now that's beauty. You gotta love it. Music to my ears, that crappy, like, overgained impact effect. As soon as I hear that, I'm like, yes. The final part of the function is complete. Great call on the curve floats. That's actually something I did not think about using before for these, but it makes a lot of sense in the long run. I think software engineering in like general, like having any type of like outside input or new ideas rather, is like such a great thing to have. If your AC is blasting your home as a turret. Yeah. Hey, I do not mind what it is firing right now. It feels great. You heard they're better than ticking because they don't tick every frame. Very... it's possibly true. Let's check it out. Because they do have tick. Cap block was on. So it only ticks when it's playing. Effective delta time. So what is it doing here? Get timeline length equals delta time times reverse playback. If true, negative play rate, current play rate. Okay. New position, timeline length, be looping. So it's doing like a bunch of checking here. And then if be finished, it will execute these functions here. So it looks like technically it's still doing, it's not like doing like a counter tick, right? Where it's like, okay, I'm going to count to like 0.25 and then I'm going to allow the tick to go through like this if statement. It's not doing something like that. It's still technically ticking every frame unless this function is guarded by another if statement somewhere. Okay, here we go. Tick component. Tick timeline. Okay, so it looks like it's still ticking every frame, but it's doing a couple different like if booleans to try to like stop it from doing it as much. If it's firing, hope you got unlimited ammo. Oh man, electricity is not unlimited, unfortunately, but I wish. Interesting. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff I like looking up. Because pretty much everything that you need access to is readable, but not writable in the engine itself. So, whenever I'm looking for things to make my game more efficient, quote unquote, I'll just look in and see what it's doing before I add it in. But regardless, curve floats solve a lot of problems with overshooting And I would rather take the performance hit if this does cause one than ever let that happen again. Or it just like jumps over its current position to no man's land like that, because that would cause a way bigger problem than something like this. I mean, if it's hot, why not get solar panels? I live in an area that is, let's just say the climate allows for it to be cloudy 80% of the year. It's a very, very, very cloudy, not sunny place to live. Too much sun equal heat? Well, it's sun and humidity. If you live in a super humid environment, it's sticky and gross. Too much heat equals more AC bills. You're goddamn right. Alright. But, that being said, fixed a lot of bugs, UI updates, all good stuff today. In the off time, I'm going to be going into this curve float that we just made and perfecting the angle. How far can I zoom in? Oh my... I'm gonna be here a while. Shit. Dude, we're going into the quantum realm. We're going, like, that shit goes really far in. Oh my god. Solar panels equal cheaper AC. Solar panel equal expensive as shit. Solar panels here cost thousands of dollars, and with the lack of sun that we actually get in this area, man, that would be a tough sell. But yeah. Solar panels last 40 years? I don't think I'm gonna last 40 years. I'm also renting. It's not a place I own. So I wouldn't be able to set them up anyways. Yeah. See, the problem also is setting them up. I'm not allowed to do that. If I can't use them all year, just use them in the summer. I wouldn't be able to use them at all. But I am probably gonna head out now. I gotta be somewhere in 30 minutes, something like that, so I gotta get ready. You're not wrong about the solar panels, but can't use them, unfortunately. Maybe when I get a house, we'll see. I'll let you know when that happens. But on that note, wherever you are, I hope you have a great morning, evening, afternoon, or night. And till tomorrow at 11:30 Eastern. Peace. Take care, guys.